Hello. So I'm just getting started. We're gonna do PZ for some time, and then I've got stuff to do today, which has drained me quite a bit, but I need to make sure to get it all done. And then we'll carry on with the remainder of things, so long as I have the energy to do so. But yeah. Anyways, yeah. Congrats on first. Uh, I am so not keen about what happened yesterday during the evening. People struggle to follow in simple instructions sometimes, and it's very irritating. But it's wiped me out completely, so I'm like real tired. Come on, PZ. Let's get a move on. No, it's fine. I'm tired, but it's like I want to play Zomboid. Like I do want to play. I can put in at least a minimum stream. You know, standard stream length between 5 and 7 hours. I can do it. No problem. It's only a small stream, anyways. It's a small stream, 5 hours, maybe 7 hours, depending on how much energy I have. Hello. Hopefully everybody's day's going good. Yeah, no, that's normal. If you've been doing some debug testing, it's fun. Like you get to see a lot of neat things. That said, though, I don't do as much as I should. I do some, but you can get lost in it. Especially when you hit those things that aren't working as they should, but they do anyways. Why do your favorite streamers start streaming at the same time? I stream usually a lot earlier or a lot later than now. It's just a bad timing, like today specifically. this is my available time at the moment. But yeah, usually I like to stream later. But if I stream later today, I crosses paths with other things I need to do. So it does suck, but at least you can open more than one tab, probably. Or have like one on a device, one on like unless you're like working. Alright, Higgins, what were you up to? Leveling long blunt, I see. Oh, something else you can do is VODs. Fun fact about VODs now is they're inclusive in watch streaks, which is kind of neat. I'm appreciative that Twitch is giving better incentive to be able to keep those kinds of things. To be honest, because I always feel bad that, like, there's probably some folks that have built watch streaks and stuff, right? But due to my own slot machine kind of schedule, I don't feel like anybody can really keep up with when I'm on, kind of thing. Like, even if possible, it's too hard. The Swiss mods rapid decay of weapon durability. I have no idea. I don't know what is included in Twist mods at all. Oh, hello. I just know that he's got a lot of things that are quality of life, and that he made a fancy car I seen in the Discord. It's just what, a reskin on a vehicle, right? It's neat, I guess. It's one of those things where kind of cool, and the info mods are neat. Sorry about the sneeze. That said, though, I like those mods, but adding them to my playthrough, mid playthrough, is just not something I'm interested in. I was tempted to add that one mod that lets you have the frogs ride on your shoulders. I like that mod, it's cool. If they added back the frog hat, like if Dylan posted the craftable headgear, that would be immediately put in my playthrough. Like, without question. There are certain mods that I would bend the rules for, and that's one of them. Like, I don't want to add mods mid playthrough, but it's like, yeah, no, I like that one way too much to say no. If you have, No, I'm not gonna ask them to do that. That's not something that I would do. Plus, I don't want them to, it's Dylan's mod. I don't think that that's, you know, I wouldn't want them to. Dylan will either upload it or not. I wouldn't want, somebody else to. He's busy anyways, when he gets time.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. Part of the fun of that mod was so not just the frog hat alone, it was also the fact that you could get all those other hats too. So it became more of a collection thing as well, because you could make a bunch of the hats. I never did it, but I was going to. It was on a list of my to-dos that I considered doing it. Alright. What do you mean you can't craft? No, I don't want the hat to be made of frogs. No. The hat's composition was common mallow. Um... And crayons. And sheet. It was made of crayons and common mallow. I don't want it to be made of frogs. That's awful. I've never made one of these. How big are they? 50 encumbrance, 14. This is like a garbage bag. Backpacks are better. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day, Stormtrooper. My day is going. They're neither good nor bad, kind of neutral. Your day sucks. Well, it's okay, it'll get better. That's the fun part about when a day sucks, is that it's gonna get better. Yeah, that seems good. Sometimes you need to do that. You improve, like, you move on. It's healthy. Hooray. There we go. And just like that. We're almost level 8 masonry. Nice. Sometimes it's it's because I remember a couple of friends that don't talk to me much anymore, but it's because it's a bit of a two-way thing, right? You gotta, relationships are both ways. So if you don't maintain as well, and you know, and they're not going to, then it ends up being that well, they'll just kind of like fall off after a while. I want to, yeah. There we go. Put you away. Let's go have a sleep. Yeah, I've had a lot of stuff happen like that before, though. Friends just aren't around anymore. But sometimes they come back and they visit, and it's nice. It's empty? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay, let's go. Yeah, multiplayer servers though are special because they you have to deal with multiplayer jank. Multiplayer jank has desync, teleporting zombies, and is a lot less forgiving, right? I don't feel like playing multiplayer Zomboid and playing single player Zomboid is too similar. Like there are some similarities, but it's not like there's a lot more issues. Yeah, even if you're even if you're close to the server, it's still a server. But then again, it's still pretty fun. The last multiplayer sort of Zomboid that I played was it wasn't the Blood Drive actually. It was a single player, or not single player, but I was playing it single player, but we were the way that was working was a friend of mine was showing other friends the game, right? They were showing their friends the game, but I was living in the world at the time, so like Muldra, and just raising my kill number so that to give my friend something to shoot for. So it was Elm. So Elm would log in, and I would have I have 1,000 kills or something, right? And next day, 2,000. Okay, there you go. Shoot for that. I was living in Muldra, and then I went over to Rosewood, and I cleared out the prison for fun, and then that was it. That was the duration of that playthrough. I lived in the Rosewood Gigamart for a little bit. It was a short-lived playthrough. Didn't play for very long. Yeah, I enjoyed the base stuff too. That's why I was the base mom when it was, or one of, when we were doing the blood bank light, or the blood bank. The time 16 with respawning zombies, server, or we had to like build walls to prevent them. It was a fun little short thing that we did. Yeah, I like that server. It was fun. I think my favorite part of that server is that when somebody died, it felt impactful because of the permadeath elements that existed in the server. So like the way that the permadeath elements worked was that if you died, you couldn't get back on the server until the next generation, and then also when you were in the next generation, you were spawned somewhere else on the map. And because it was times 16 zombies, you couldn't just like walk through to get to the old generation. Yeah, those mundane tasks are fun. It doesn't need to be like super it's just like playing like those cleaning games, Power Wash Sim, Basira Cleanup Basira Cleanup Detail, Schedule 1, RuneScape. It has those little tasks that are satisfying, right? Little quests. It's same as like World of Warcraft does the same thing. Little quests. Dopamine. I need to take a second to have some tea because I'm like tapped out. Stretch. All right, let's go. Maybe they're gonna make it so that we can pick up items faster. Because they've got the whitelisting system now, so maybe it'll be like I can harvest things quicker soon. What is setting it out as unwanted, dude? I'm deciding whether or not I want to. Hmm. Does that mean I still can I grab these? Oh, okay, cool. So just graze them out, but you can still interact with them. Hmm? Mm. If I click the move to floor, yeah, it puts everything on the floor. Okay. I didn't think it would differentiate. There we go. How's the run today? It's going pretty good. My main focus right now is it's trying to set a bunch of items as unwanted so that hopefully, well, we'll see. In the near future, we'll see what happens with this whole whitelisting thing. Because this is part of the new system, right? Is to be able to highlight items. Maybe there'll be a system where we can like hide the items that we don't want to see, kind of like a button here that's like hide these, and then you could toggle it on and off. It would make the looting sort of situation easier. This is vanilla, by the way. These features right here, they're vanilla features. This whitelisting. Part of build 42. This is one of the reasons why I don't want to add in extra mods, is because when they release features like these, then it'll be cool to interact with them. I don't need any whitelisting features. That said, though, it's one of those things where it's nice to have them if they're in the game, but I'm not looking for them. My new base is some copy parts. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Feel free to take all the inspiration you need from my base. And don't feel like it's a copycat, because it's not. It's your base. You made it. It's regardless of even if you were to copy the exact layout of my base, it doesn't matter. Yours is unique. You made it in your world. That's the truth. It's your base. I'm tired today, but that said, I'm doing okay. It's probably something that folks can hear. I'm quite exhausted, but I am making the best I can. I wanted to get some rat racing in today, and today is supposed to be a day I play Zomboid anyways. So if I didn't feel up for it, I wouldn't be playing rat race right now. I would be like doing a CDDA run, or I would, I wouldn't chance the character just randomly. So clearly I do feel up for it. It's just, I do have low energy today, so today's just going to be a standard stream. No Zomboid for you for a while? That's fair. Did you just lose a run recently and that's why? Or perhaps it's, you just need a break? Because sometimes it's good to just take a break. Oh, you broke your hand. Oh no. Are you okay? Aside from the break, is it good? Like is it it's recovering, right? That sounds awful. It hurts a lot. Oh, well, hopefully the pain kind of goes mild, so that you don't have to, and that the break ends up being good in terms of healing. I'm sorry to hear that. Look how depressed my character is from looting. It's the second time you've broken your hand. Is your right hand your dominant hand? Ah, that's unfortunate. It's super helpful. I mean, I guess you could see it that way, as it being helpful in the sense that you're going to have to learn how to use your other hand for stuff. That's a positive way to think about it. Good on you. Yeah, without jinxing myself, I've never broken anything. In fairness, well, no, and that's not without, I've done dangerous work before that could result in that. It's just, it's never happened, thankfully. You've broken so many bones you've lost track? I'm not, I break a lot of bones in video games, but that doesn't count. But do feel better, and hopefully you're getting some plenty of rest. Ouch. Oh, okay. Really? I'm looting this entire time. You're choosing now to attack me. Not just one of you, several of you, huh? I could smell the food. Higgins pulled food out of his bag and the zombies could smell it. They're like, oh, you know, if we kill that guy and take his food, that is their plan. They don't even want to recruit Higgins. They just want to eat the meal that he's brought with him. I mean, it's a really good roast, I can understand. That's some quality cooking right there. Alright. I managed to clear this entire section and a portion of this section. I wonder how many bodies I can, like, because it's a finite number. That's the thing, is that I can only interact with so many bodies at a time to clear them, right? Like, to take all the clothes off, to grab all the stuff. It's a limited supply of interactions that I have, and plus it's gonna put me into, like, super depression. And the thing is, as well, as I need to clean up what I'm doing at like each section. Because if I don't, the bulk of the items becomes too much. The reason why I'm choosing not to fast forward as well is because, well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to fast forward in a multiplayer scenario, and although multiplayer isn't something that I'm particularly focused on, I do kind of want to experience some of the aspects of what it would be like, and so sometimes I get like that where I don't fully use time controls. But I should use time controls. I have them. They're an option. They're there. Probably should use them. Carrying back these things is not going to be the easiest. That light bulb out again? Really? Interesting. Ribbit. Ribbit. Hello. Froggies everywhere. As it should be. Many frogs. All over the place. Forever. I'm noticing more and more that frogs are becoming very good and prominent everywhere. And it is good. Because maybe the world will embrace the ideology of frog. Which is be chill. Just chill out. There's no need, you know, no need to be crazy. We just be chill. That's what happens now. The ideology of frog. Maximum chill. Frogs are a sign of a healthy ecosystem. Yes, yes it is. Because frogs are very sensitive. Which is crazy if you think about how sensitive they are and then how long the species has been around. Right? Like the different types of frogs, and they're really sensitive, yet they continue to thrive and survive. This is crazy. Yeah. So I'm really hoping that in the next update, because they've given this whitelist feature, that you can move just the items that you want, right? As opposed to, like, because right now it doesn't have a feature like that, and also the take same item doesn't work right now on zombie bodies. So not unless you specifically like hover and do a bunch of like shenanigans. You can make it work. It's just it takes extra steps to make it work. But I would very much like it so that we could just take the items we want, or if they're going to give us the whitelist options, they should also give us the ability to right? So we could set some items to be picked up for our inventory, but some items could be set for ground. Like these, like I'm not going to call these back right now. They're heavy, right? It doesn't make sense for me to do that. But other items I'm going to put in my inventory and then stack them up in a pile. These ones, though, there's no point, because if I do that, they each weigh like 1 or 2, and it's too heavy. But I do like the whitelist feature. I think it's a step in the right direction in terms of efficient looting and quality of life. Especially given the fact that all of the times to loot stuff has been increased. So it's like, as well as you get depression. So, you know, lots of negatives for looting and not really. The positive is you get the items, which is, you know. Yeah, lots of people just throw stuff on the ground and collect what they want later, right? Now, you obviously can't do that with some items, like hats, for example. You can't just throw them on the ground. You have to place them because they'll despawn if you don't. But yeah, that, and also a button to compress these. So like, for example, that not only like, so a button to hide unwanted, right? Maybe that's missing here or something, like, but a button to hide the unwanted so that I don't have to pay attention to it. Yeah. They're stepping in that direction, so yeah, or minimize them, yeah. Just so that I don't have to have, like, especially think about it if I have larger text, right? Because I can't see as well, or perhaps I just need larger text, right? Well, if I have larger text, some of these items are going to be pushed down here, and the gray items are going to be in the way, right? That, in terms of quality of life, is not so good. They're usually really good about doing those sort of accessibility things and helping folks that are, you know, not able to, like Temetry right now broke his hand. Like how like that's extra movement and scrolling that's gonna cause pain, right? That's just an example, but like that's my point, is that PZ devs are really good about accessibility options so that everybody can be included, which I can appreciate. Or at least settings that can be adjusted in one way or another, customized. Ooh, fighting knife that I missed. This is part of why I'm doing this, but also because I want to get an absolutely absurd amount of clothes. Because I want to max tailoring out, like, and be finished with it, so I don't have to think about it anymore. And because very soon, we're going to be driving back and forth along this road, picking up all the clothing from the zombies. Yeah, you can have a look at my skills. It's they're doing okay. They could be better. Oh wow, the skills take up a lot more room than I'd like them to. That's okay. I'll scroll it down here in a moment, but There we go. Okay, and there's the rest of them. Max carving is one of those things that is like I had that early on. It's probably one of the crafting skills you can max like super fast, even if you were to have like the lowest XP values ever. It's a super quick leveling process. Because there's so much wood in the world. It's same as carpentry. If I were to focus it a little bit right here in a little bit, I could max it and be done with it. But we'll do that in a little while. I just knew that taking up all of these clothing is gonna take a while to get all these clothing and the different gems and stuff off the zombies. And now, do I need to level blacksmithing via picking up all these loose bits? No. Is it worth it? I mean, technically yes, because of one of there's you can smelt the gold down into coins, and then you can smelt the coins back into gold and keep doing that at the cost of charcoal and durability on your tongs and everything. So it ends up being worth a fair chunk of XP. Now, is it the most efficient method for leveling? No. There are more efficient methods for leveling blacksmithing. But it is kind of cool to be able to have all those coins, right? And I foresee in the future coins being a currency on servers, right? Where people are going to be collecting the bits to smelt into coins to then be able to go buy things, which will be kind of cool, right? Because that's one of those ones that's like, instead of having just money everywhere, you can actually earn your own money by smelting it, which is kind of cool incentive, right? That said, though, it does take forever to level, and you do, like you just said, you have to kill a small forest in order to level blacksmithing. It is correct. But in fairness, the trees had it coming. Right? I'm not the only one that thinks that. They had it coming. Those trees have caused enough damage to folks. You gonna get your revenge on them? I think I've gotten enough tree kills over my course of my play to quantify as revenge. But that said, there could always be more. I've chopped down way more trees than I'd like to admit, probably, in this. Like, just the wall playthrough alone, that was a lot of trees. Cat eye sunglasses, I don't remember those being a thing. Oh. Work boots, Western boots, all of those boots so I'm gonna say this out loud for folks that might be new, just in case somebody's new that's hanging around in some. The run speed modifier on sneakers doesn't actually work at the moment, so ignore it. Go for shoes that are of better, like, so like, see these ones, they have 100% scratch defense, you go for boots. Work boots, riding boots, rubber boots, you know, boots. Military boots. Yeah, the run speed modifier is not active yet. If they do activate it, though, it would be cool, but I only expect it to be marginal in terms of gameplay. It give you like a little bit of a speed bonus, and if you're wearing running shoes, which would be kind of cool, but at the same time, if you really think about it, it's not that important, right? Like, what point you're already faster than the zombies walking, unless you're playing sprinters, right? So why do you need to go even faster, you know, with running shoes? It's not needed. But yeah, there's some folks that are new that are that were confused and thought that the running shoes mattered. Which is fine to get onto. Future me will be appreciative of having these preset. That said, other future me is gonna be annoyed that I have to clean up all these clothes. Yeah, not the most eventful thing to be doing, but you know, sometimes you gotta do the work. Hey, look, a pack of cigarettes. They do exist. Not that I need them, but I mean, maybe we'll put them in a mailbox and hope that they find a smoker. Mm. The entire in-game day was focused on taking our clothes. And I feel like we only did like a few hundred zombies worth of clothes, right? Maybe less than that. We did most of this section. Hello. I'm doing pretty good, I think, for the most part. I'm kind of tired, but that's okay. We're doing some clothing hunting at the moment. So right now I've been pulling a bunch of clothes off the zombies in preparation to do some tailoring in the near future. So because what's going to happen here very soon is we're going to be driving back and forth with the car, back and forth along the Muldrow Strip, right? To pull in the zombies. Well, to do that, we're gonna need, or like I'm gonna want a reason to kind of cart back and forth. So I was like, I'm gonna just pull off a bunch of the clothes so that I can fill the trunk with clothes, and then we'll drop the clothes off at the base. Yeah, that way it's good. Also, I wanted to experiment a little bit with the what's it called? The whitelist feature. So I was like, I'm gonna try out a little bit of stuff with the whitelist feature today and see. Because they just added it in not long ago. And I see it as it has potential, but there's certain aspects of it that are going to need a little bit of like I could see it. Unwanted items there should be a button to make it so that the unwanted items don't appear in the list, or that they're not in the way, like, or it like puts them at the bottom or something, like it puts your wanted items at the top, stuff like that, just to make it easier for both controller users as well as because like the game's on the Steam Deck as well. I often forget that that's a thing, right? But it'll make that sort of stuff easier too. It's a good feature, 100%. Okay, I am going to do a brief BRB though to refill my drink. So I'll do that now. As soon as Higgins wakes up. Okay, be right back. I'm going to be drinking, it's just a light, like berry tea. I don't really remember which one. I'll check on the box here in a sec. Alrighty. It's a black currant, by the way. Which I probably could have guessed, but just one of those things where I don't just like to assume. Sometimes it's a blueberry, sometimes it's a strawberry, sometimes it's a raspberry. But yeah, it's a black currant this time. Which is one of Emma's preferred teas, actually. Emma likes that. Emma does not like Earl Grey, but I do. I like Earl Grey. I think it's good. Emma calls Earl Grey drywall tea, which, I mean, I've heard people compare Earl Grey to potpourri, but I don't feel like that. I like the way that it smells, and the taste is good. But that said, I like all sorts of tea. I'm a big fan of lots of different kinds, whether it be like, you know, a nice soft flower tea, a berry tea. Here we are. Leaf tea, tree tea. Like if you did like pine needle. Yeah, Emma's funny like that. Emma's funny. She's not entirely wrong either. Like, I mean, I could see that. There's certain accents of the flavor that are not, like... I get why that she says that. I don't agree entirely that it tastes that way, though. But... Imagine just showing up like in this area and coming across that. What would be your first reaction to finding a bag of 150 watches? It's like sitting on the side of a road. And I'd be like, well, because I've played this now and I would be like, yeah, somebody's using the watch bag tactic. But see, now that's not normal to think that, though, I don't think. Somebody's using the watch bag tactic. Okay, this... the knees. I better watch myself around these parts is a clever response. Kudos. I did not think of that myself. Let's remove all these. I just realized something. And I refuse to say it out loud. I do really like the model on this one. I like that it changes. I like that it's a good model. It's probably in saying that though, why is it not 2? Now that I think about it. Why isn't it two leathers at a time? There's 2 sides to this drying rack, right? Or does the other side need to be left open so that it can air out? What's the reason? Can you not put a leather on the other side? Like in reality, I mean. I'm talking like, not that it needs to be real. I'm not justifying that. I'm trying to understand. Like I said, I don't care about the realism aspect of it. I'm curious that is there a reason why it's only the 1? Why not 2? Is it because of that, what I just said? Is it because it needs to be aired? Like, the back of the leather needs to be properly aired, so, like, is that... Hello, Darth Strider. What's up? You have good news. Okay. Does it involve trains? I took a guess. Higgins lives in the land of depression. He is the most depressed Higgins that has ever existed. No, but you weigh less, or more. I don't know if that's, you know, but kudos, I guess? I'm not sure. But, grats? Kudos for maybe reaching a weight goal. I'm not exactly sure, but like, I mean, kudos. Oh no, don't tell me they didn't. No. It used to automatically update it with. Now I have to click it. Oh. I have to actually click into it now. No. There's floor organizer and zomboid right here. Oh, wait, me? No. Maybe? I don't know. Is there like a classification of this system, Chili? Somewhere? How do you tell if you're good at it or not? I'm confused. Is there a way to tell? How do you know that I'm the best? How do you tell? How do you tell if you're the best at it? Do tell. I want to know the secret. What is the secret? Because there's a lot of folks that I remember that were very into the organization. I wonder if there's a way to tell how good somebody is at organizing on the floor. I guess you can kind of see my organization a little bit. It's like if somebody loaded into this world that they could find items, they'd know where to look. I keep things generally in the right place. Main crafting, long sticks, axes, right? Main tools, tailoring, right? Blacksmithing, more blacksmithing, and then pottery, plants. This is also inclusive of plants because my farms are out this way. So leather making's all in one section as well. This would drive you wild? What do you mean? Just like leaving all the stuff on the floor? You know, putting it in boxes would probably not be a good idea, right? For me? Because I have the disorganized trait. See, that was your problem right there. You took disorganized and not deaf, Chili says. You should have took deaf. I mean, deaf would have been free points. You took organized and deaf. Yeah, I know. Most folks will take organized because organized is a good trait. Yeah. That is a solid trait. Oh, hello. Look at this zombie. It's my host. Where are you going? Dude! Leave it alone. He ignored me completely and just wanted to wreck my stuff. Rude. What did that ever do to you? Because it makes no sense. Oh, it makes sense. It's just, it's weird. So he'd already locked in his pathfinding before he seen me. So because of that, seeing me doesn't matter. Not unless I break his, I have to get into proximity in order to get him to redo pathfinding. Kill side effects. Okay, sounds good. Congrats on your weight goals. It's good to hit goals, whatever they might be. Kudos. I don't have context for the initial stuff, so but like I'm not asking you to clarify. It's just that I'm glad that you're achieving your goals. We'll leave it at that. So don't go into too much detail. It's not needed. But I do I'm glad that you hit your goals. Congrats. I am not a psychologist. Yeah, pathfinding of the zombies is sometimes it's strange, sometimes it's obvious. They can lock in though. You can like lock them into a specific path and they'll ignore most things outside of they won't ignore close proximity player. So like if you walk right up to a zombie, they'll change their pathfinding if you're like close enough. But you could call it risky, I guess. You used to get so much more from your clothes. Not anymore, though. Mm-hmm. Congrats. Do appreciate. Shrinkflation. Yeah, I don't understand why some of that stuff. Because does it really matter? You got like an extra 3 or 4 rags for per thing. Yeah, sure, you could level your tailoring a little quicker, but they've slowed down everything else. So, like, I mean, it's lots of things are already like crazy slow. And not very many people in build 41 had a perfect character, let alone if you're trying to make a perfect character in build 42. Hey Chili, how's that going, by the way? Are you having a good time with it? Some skills are easy to level. Others are strangely not easy and confusing. Tracking? Yeah. I'm still nervous to do tracking because like I said, I don't want to do it until I've leveled up my what's it called enough? My nimble. You like the way I just laughed? I don't know how I laughed, but it's like uh it it's there's grindy and then there's unnecessarily grindy. Does that make sense? Like there's grindy and then there's like why. It's just like too much. It's so grindy that it's like no. Yeah, like reloading. Why is reloading the way that it is? It's because I know why. I know the reason. It's because somebody copy pasted aiming's XP value over to reloading. That's what happened. It's just a copy paste. But when you think about it, it doesn't make sense that it's been copy pasted that way from the old code, especially given the fact that aiming's gotten a complete rework and nobody's looked at the reloading code. That code is ignored. They changed something in this, by the way, and it annoys me. So now you have to select the, like, I have to go in here and select the next one. Before it didn't do that. Before it auto-selected. I have to, like, manually select it. Don't know why, what's changed in that to cause this, but... Something in the crafting menu is broken. But, like, I mean, that's not... I can just say that in general. I don't need to... Something in the crafting menu is broken. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll get fixed eventually. I believe in the devs. I really do. As much as it's like, I mean, once in a while, you may hear me, like, comment and be like, you know, the way that I am, I suppose. Maybe it comes off positively. Maybe it comes off negatively. I don't know. But what I do know is that I do believe in the devs wholeheartedly. They'll fix whatever it is. Yeah, something's different in the crafting menu, and it's not in, like, it's weird. It's not auto-updating. Maybe it's an attempt at trying to make it so that it limits the amount of lag in an area where there's lots of items. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe it's for a positive change. Right? Possible. You know, with the crucibles? One of my, or two of my crucibles changed as well. They changed from small crucibles to large crucibles. I don't know why they did, but I do find it kind of annoying, because they were, wait a second, I was fast forwarding and I wasn't getting a panic debuff. Oh, never mind. I was like, wait a second, maybe it's not in, maybe the claustrophobia is not affecting me nearly as badly anymore. False. Upper floor zombies don't spawn until you step foot on that floor? That sounds strange. That's not how it usually works. The way that it worked before was if you have sight, which is not hard to get, because you can, like, just look in a building and you'll gain sight of the, like, you can kind of see the upstairs. See how I can kind of see the upstairs? See? You can kind of see the upstairs. I don't... Are you sure that, like, if you got sight of the upstairs, is that fine enough? Because I can see the stove, and I can see the... Right? Okay, maybe it's something to do with the night vision? I don't know. I'm not sure. That's different. I've not heard that one. But, that is a concern. Yeah, I could see that affecting houses in Louisville, as well as any 2-story or 3-story house. Some of the office buildings. I've been to LV, but I've not seen any of that stuff. In fairness, though, I don't go looking for those kinds of things. And very rarely do I go in the upstairs of buildings unless I'm going to loot them. And if I do that, then I'm going to be extra careful. But like you said, if they spawn upstairs and they just happen to be on the edge of the stairs, then, well, I mean, then you'd be pretty screwed. There's 3 of them. Yeah, arguably the biggest reason to go into upper buildings would be for loot purposes, but even then, it's not really needed. Hello, hey Barry, how you doing? You having a good day? I'm having a good day. My day's been kind of like I'm slowly recovering energy after having quite a long day yesterday. But also I'm probably gonna have a long day today too. Not to be confused with a long stream, of course. The stream is never like that for me. Yeah. It's a cozy rainy day. Oh, that's good.
Hey!
Hey. Yeah, nimble is nice to have. I mentioned it earlier. Once my nimble's much higher, I'll do tracking because I won't care. You know, once we reach past a certain point, we're basically at that level anyways. But we'll wait until we're in the upper ends, if not finished. Like I need to rush to do tracking. It'll be one of the, like, it'll be like a post-nimble skill. Get a rest in. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna... Like, even if you were to mess up typing all the time, it wouldn't matter to me. I don't care about that kind of stuff. Just so long as I understand what you mean. Which is generally the right case. I think I got an understanding. There we go. What? I forget. Ooh, a magnum. Nice, a magnum. Yeah. Higgins would like to shoot the magnum, probably. Ta-da! It's the car. Stretch. Okay, so see those zombies that were chasing me? Shot once there. They won't be chasing me anymore. The loose two will be coming over here though, but we'll be able to rest. So see, watch. I said the loose two would be over here, right? And the rest of them are right there. They grouped up where I shouted. Hey, look, another one. Zombies are not super complicated to control. They're easy to control. Especially pinpoint hearing zombies. Pinpoint hearing zombies are actually easier to control than not pinpoint hearing zombies. But in that saying that, where their strength is that they are like they'll keep chasing you sound, right? So that's their strength, but it's also their weakness. We'll head back, we'll eat, and then we'll come back here and keep clearing. Once the area by the car is clear again, I'll drive it to pick up some clothes, and then... Yeah. Yeah, the single most dangerous zombie is the one that you didn't see. Because they're all lethal. There's no zombie that is stronger than another zombie. I mean, arguably you can be like, oh, but there are some strong zombies, yeah, but their attacks have the same level of lethality. That all the zombies can do the same attacks. They all can scratch, they all can lacerate, they all can bite. And then each of those has their own, like, you know, set amount of chance that it can hurt you. Or kill you. What do you mean competing with the first? Like, so the rat race, while yes, is a competition, it's also fun. Like, it's to see how far you can get for yourself, right? So yes, while Twist on Fire and Shivas both are in the 500 and 700k range respectively, the thing is they it's not necessarily about just beating them or like if they get there first. Like, I mean, it's a marathon. It's not meant to be like it's somebody marathon gameplay. Think about marathon running, right? It's not necessary. Yes, there is a first place, but not necessarily does it matter that first place exists, right? In first place, they get their kudos, they get their congratulations, they get their thumbs up, and everybody's like, yeah, nice job, right? But if somebody crosses the finish line and they're last place, they're still going to get the same kudos, you know, because they did it. They completed the marathon, right? So it doesn't matter so much, right? But when Rat Race is broken, will it still be a... What do you mean? When Rat Race is broken? Do you mean like when the devs update to a stable version of the game that thus breaks the saves of the Rat Racers? We'll do a different challenge. Like, we'll create a different one. There's been talk of a Rat Race 2.0 already, where we were discussing changes we might make and or other things. It's a community-based challenge though, so the community has a voice. And we take into account everything. And yes, there is like moderators in the Rat Race that kind of yay or nay certain things based on the spirit of the Rat Race for the most part. So trying to keep to the original design of it as best we can. But that said, it's meant to be, you know, for fun. It's meant to have like, be a good time. I'm going for my own personal best as well. So I've already beaten my personal best survival time. I want to beat my personal best kill score. So that's my goal in the Rat Race, is to beat 243,917. I don't agree with you. I think that your view on it is a bit closed, because yes, there will be a first place, but have you ever seen a marathon, like a running marathon? Like, yes, there's a first place, but a lot of the time it's just about doing the marathon and like having fun, and everybody's kind of into it, right? Things like there's a particular marathon style running run in Canada called the Terry Fox Run, that's for cancer awareness. Um, I don't think anybody really is hard focused on who comes in first in that marathon, right? The person in first gets their kudos, but they don't, like, I mean, it's not really about that. And I would argue that the rat race is the same. That yes, somebody's gonna get first. Yes, they're going to be like, yes, I got a million zombies, kudos, right on. But it's not about that. It's about us going as far as we can in the marathon and doing the best we can. So yeah. So plus, the highest score in Zomboid ever achieved so far is actually still not beaten. The highest achieved score in Project Zomboid is 954,000 and change. Glory to the first person who did. Yeah, no, that's the thing. People will get, the person who's in first will get like a huge thumbs up. That's true. But if somebody else completes the rat race, they get a thumbs up too, right? Because think about it. Let's say that Shivas finishes first, which he will probably, based on the speed that he's going, and like, I mean, he's keeping good pace, and so long as he doesn't die to some kind of bug or something, and I hope he doesn't, you know, he'll get his sort of his thumbs up, his like kudos. But the let's say that years from now, like, because at the pace that I'm going real slow. But let's say that I don't make any mistakes somehow, miraculously, which I probably will. I'll probably get my character killed. But that said, let's for argument's sake, I make it to the end. Well, I mean, I would get a thumbs up too. I completed the rat race, right? Yeah, so it doesn't really matter about glory. Glory in fame for this is not really the focal, and that's not the. Does that make sense? It's not the focus. While it is something that it's good, and like I do like think that like you said, Shivas would get like a he achieved this first kind of thing. Like it, but that said, it's not just about glory. It's very short-sighted to think that way, right? At least that's how I see it. Other people maybe see it in a different way. There's some people who see it as pointless. Think about it. Think it from a like an elderly kind of perspective. Somebody who does not play video games, right? They would see this as why? Why are you bothering with that? You're killing virtual entities that have no semblance of reality, you know, and you could be doing something else, like going outside, or you see my point? Is like, yeah, but this is got value to us. This has value to us as a community, and we appreciate the effort that goes into it, right? It's just like sports fans. I don't fully understand the appeal of watching somebody kick a ball around or play catch with a ball. I don't understand that from a objective point of, well, okay, you're watching them do that, right? But sports fans are very much all about that, right? But yeah, they just don't understand it's a hobby. Yeah, or that it's like it's passionate, right? Like that you have passion in it, that you're like cheering on your favorite so-and-so. I used to have somebody who used to bring me basketball stuff all the time. Now, I'm not into basketball. I don't like basketball that much in terms of understanding that. Like, I liked it that they liked it. But they kept bringing me things with like LeBron and all this other stuff. And like, I don't understand it, but I understand that they like it, they are enjoying it, right? It's just like folks that like anime, or folks that like sports, or folks that like, Warhammer or Dungeons and Dragons or anything, any hobby, like Sasquatch said. It's about that, right? it loses its like, no, I don't think so. Because if you think about it, people were playing the 1 year challenge way after it already had been beaten by many times. And how many people load up a CDDA run and just try to beat it, right? Does it lose its appeal? No, it's still spectacular. And even now, when I load up CDDA, it's still fun. I still have a good time with it. So yeah, no, it doesn't lose its spectacularity when somebody beats it. Just compared to him? I don't think so. I think, like, once again, I think that that's like a very close-minded sort of perspective. I don't feel like everybody would get compared to Shivas or Twist. You know, nobody's sitting there with a timer watching people, right? And being like look at my run. My run's 3 years in, right? And I'm like 1/10 of their kills, maybe even less, like a lot less actually. But no, it's not. I'm not taking you as being an ass. Don't worry. But can you comment on what the community feel like tweaking? People have talked about missing helicopters and metas. Some people want them on more. Some of them want settings to be toned down a little bit, like cars, because the cars right now are a little bit ludicrous. I get that. We would take a look at all the settings as a community and discuss them, but in a 2.0 release. But that said, yeah, you're not being an ass. I don't see you as an ass. It's just that it's a closed-minded perspective to assume that just because somebody completes a challenge that somebody else isn't going to want to come and do the challenge. Because the whole point of doing a challenge is to challenge yourself and have fun, right? That's the whole point. To see if you can complete the challenge. It's like doing a puzzle, right? Almost all puzzles that have been created have already been solved, right? Almost all puzzles that have been created have been solved. But what is the point to doing the puzzle? Well, to see if you can complete it. It doesn't matter if every puzzle has been completed first already. They all have answers, right? All the puzzles have answers. But it's about the doing of it. You get to, you try your hand at it. It's like games like Satisfactory. Satisfactory has probably a perfect flowchart that exists somewhere, same as a bunch of other games, right? They all have perfect outcomes that you could do, but people want to play them their way and see how they can do it, right? Yeah, they tried to break the record compared to the original. That's true, but this isn't that way, right? At least I don't see it that way. If you watch competitive sports, then yes, there are people that are there to try and push the limits and go beyond, right? But then there's other people there that are having the time of their life. They're passionate about the sports that they play. They're trying their best, right? But yeah, that's the thing. It's treat it like a puzzle essentially. It's like, yeah, or like games like Portal, or like story-based games like Baldur's Gate. You know, those have all got endings. People have done them before. Why play them, right? It's because you want to experience it. You want to go through those same story beats that other person went through, right? It doesn't have to be like that, right? Oh, and like Sasquatch said, you're not in trouble. I'm not picking on you or anything, and I don't think that you're a bad person or anything. It's just you're asking a question. Why bother trying to compete with Shivas and Twist, right? Well, I'm not trying to compete with them. I'm doing the rat race because I find it fun. I'm doing the rat race because I'm challenging myself. I'm not doing it because I want to be better than Shivas or Twist. No, I don't. I don't see it that way. And I know they don't see it that way either. Yes, they do sort of jab back and forth with some banter, but that said, they're not actually like they're just trying to go as good as they can, right? And yeah, Shivas wants to kind of go there. But yeah, it's not just about being passionate about the rat race. It's about me just wanting to see how far I can get, right? Yes, most of us will think of it as a personal challenge. Not very many people are trying to actually see, like, the thing about goals like the rat race goal, 1,000,000 kills, right, in Zomboid, is it's something to shoot for that's realistic, but not, it's realistic enough to achieve, but not realistic enough to achieve, right? Like, you wouldn't do it right away. It would take a long time, right? And your chances are you're going to fail long before you're going to succeed. So it's not really about the success, although it's about the journey, right? It's about the experience that you get to go along the way. But yeah. It's not about who comes in first. It's never been about that. But yes, the person who gets first is still going to be getting, like, get kudos. They're going to still be appreciated. And they're going to get a thumbs up. But if you think about any of the Zomboid challenges that have ever existed, why do people play them? Like Cryo Winter or the 1 Year Challenge or CDDA. Why do people play those challenges? Right? They just play them because they want to try them. They want to see how far they can get in them. Same as Rat Race. Rat Race is the same. It has a community Discord. People hang out and they trade strats and say, oh, try this. Ooh, try that, Yes. So the community will remember them based on stuff. Just so, for example, the first record holder in Project Zomboid, the first one ever to hold a Project Zomboid record, was Roll Storage. Roll Storage held the original Zomboid record, which was 100 and I think it was, I have the number somewhere. I think it's 154K or something like that. It was the original record, the original world record. It might have been a little bit less than that, but still, like, it doesn't matter. My point being is that people will remember the history based on the communities, right? Lamprey's not forgotten. I don't think it'll, like, he's still, like, considered one of the best Zomboid players in the world, right? Animal's not forgotten, and although Cheese doesn't like me, I can still say that Royal with Cheese is also a fairly good Zomboider, right? Because he also got a world record briefly for a little while before Lamprey sort of took it as well. So that said, those things aren't forgotten. Same with Twist being up there and racing with Lamprey for a long time. When those runs died, they left a mark on the community, and the community remembers them for giving them the good times. Think back to those runs and how much fun they had. Were those runs world record runs? No. Does that matter? No, right? It doesn't matter if they're world record or not. Some of the best, like, for example, like, some of the best runs are like, are even failed runs. There's a handful of runs I remember that, like, challenges that, like, we can call my Z-Bay challenge a failure, and same for my CDDA wall run. They're both failure runs, but they were still a blast, and I still enjoyed them, right? Because I didn't succeed in either of those. Aside from in Z-Bay, we can call it a partial win, because I did restore the Gigamart in Riverside, but I didn't do all the Gigamarts like I thought I was going to in the beginning, right? That said, same as the wall run. I only made it to 60%. Yeah, if you have and you have a huge fun attempts watching, right? That's the thing, right? It's about fun. It's not about who gets first. But although, like I said, I'm not downplaying who gets first. when somebody gets first, they're going to get cheered on. And they're still getting cheered on right now. Whenever I see Twist or Shivas load up Rat Race, because they do take their breaks, right, to play other things, as well as Twist hops on things like 500% RimWorld and a bunch of other stuff, right? I'm still enjoying that other content, but when they do hop on Rat Race, I'm cheering them on because I want them to win. I don't like sit here and be like, oh, well, I hope they die so that I can get ahead. No, I don't care about that because that's not the point. I want them to win. I want them to get as far as possible. And even if, like, I want them to win. I want them to beat the Rat Race, be finished. And then I'm curious what they're going to do next. It's just what you believe is how it'll end? No, so you want to know how it'll end? The Rat Race will end when lots of people will stop playing it, but there will be still quite a few people who are going to jump into the Rat Race settings and play Rat Race. It's not going to be updated officially anymore. Like, the way it'll end is it'll slowly burn out like a candle. That's what's going to happen. If you wanted my own opinion on how the Rat Race is going to end, it'll burn out like a candle. Slowly extinguish, and then we'll light a new candle. Whether it be SKC 2.0, which is the Saving Knox County Challenge 2.0 that Beaten Buzzers is going to create, or it might be Rat Race 2.0, or maybe something else will come along. Maybe Lamprey will return and do a blood bank challenge, because, you know, or maybe somebody else will take the helm and they'll create this cool challenge that we've all never seen. Like, it all depends, right? Yeah, there will always be people who will remember and enjoy the Rat Race in that time, in that spans. And there will be people who will play the Rat Race settings in the future. Come like a year from now, maybe even, people will still play the settings. Why? Because they're fun, kind of. It's fun to challenge yourself. It is tough, though. Like, there are aspects of the Rat Race that are just like... Yeah, it's not something that you can do on Games Gun Quick. No, it's not. It's a marathon style play, as with a lot of Zomboid. Lots of Zomboid is marathon style. There's only a handful of ways you can make Zomboid not marathon style, and that's if you up the XP values so that you're able to get the XP a lot faster, or if you're playing like sort of sprinter content. Sprinter content isn't considered marathon outside of very, very niche circumstances like Animal and Bonds, that like being able to do marathon style sprinters, but it's like it's super niche. It's usually sprinters is meant to be kind of gladiator style, right, where you go for a while and then you die. Saving Knox County Challenge? You've never heard of the SKC Challenge? Oh, so the original SKC challenge is a challenge created by Beaten Buzzers, which I shout out Buzz really quick because Buzz is absolutely amazing. And if you aren't following Buzz, then you should be. Just 1 second. I just want to make sure I'm spelling this right. But the Saving Knox County Challenge is a challenge that he came up with. Yeah. That... There we go. Essentially, you start out in Louisville. He has this whole lore section of this challenge that is, you start out in Louisville, and that's where the virus broke out, and that's where it starts. And he has all this lore where you have to go around and burn down these points of interest around the map. That's the whole point. Challenge is done when it's broke? No, I don't agree with that. Because, yeah, anyways, moving on. Because it's still a challenge. People can still go back and play it. But anyways, the SKC challenge was beaten by Beaten Buzzers, and it took him years to beat it. He had so many different characters that had tried it, and a lot of the characters had memorable names that you can kind of go back and remember and be like, oh, well, there was Martha, the crazy cat lady, or that, you know, even though the first one that beat that challenge, you're being picky. Yeah, you just it's best that you don't, because the mentality that you're taking right now is closed-minded and silly, because it's like I said earlier, all puzzles have been completed, so what's the point in doing them? Well, because you're challenging yourself. So it's not you're missing the point, the big picture. So it's not you should take a break, relax. Anyways, the the Saving Knox County challenge is really, really cool. Even though Brendan O'Shea is the one that completed the challenge in so Buzz's character Brendan O'Shea did beat the challenge. He made so many other characters that are memorable and cool, and they had their own little story and their own little lore, and some of them they got robbed. No, I know you're not being disrespectful, and I'm not taking you as disrespectful. I'm taking you as somebody who is not fully understanding things right now and needs to I'm trying to think of the way to phrase it the way that I want, but it's essentially you realize that your picture is not you're not seeing the big picture, right? You realize that you're seeing only you're focusing too hard on the small stuff. You need to be able to step back and look at the big picture. Because if only what people cared about was who comes in first, and a challenge has been beaten, we can move on. That's not, people would never do anything. There would be no aspirations. We would just be a depressed society that does nothing, which is, impartial truth, but it's not something that matters. It's just your thoughts. Yeah. So you're not pro at Zomboid, but that doesn't matter. You don't need to be a pro to understand these things, that it's about the journey and not about the destination, right? It's about us making these memories and enjoying and having fun times, like that one time I fell off a billboard, or just goofy little things, and or long things like we did it, we successfully beat the challenge, hype, yeah, woo, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Small victories, many losses and failures, but it's how we go. It's life. We're living life. Let's live life. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah. But that if you want to know more about the SKC challenge, at some point in the future, Barry, stop into Buzz's channel and ask him what is the SKC challenge. I'm sure he'll tell you. It's an amazing challenge, and he is such a passionate, and he has his heart on his sleeve all the time, and he just is a fantastic person to be around. A lot of the Zomboid folks are like that. They are just wonderful, amazing people, and yeah, I like to know them. They're good folks. Whether they come up with some cool challenge or So you speak Dutch? I don't speak Dutch. I'm learning Swedish. Because I'm planning to move to Sweden with my partner. But that's later, when it's time. Decorating your base with trash. Yeah, it's never really about the just doing the challenge, though. It's like for example, like the Portal games, right? Everybody here has played Portal, right? If not, you haven't played Portal. Portal's a really good game and you should give it a go. But the Portal series is an older game series, but it's a puzzle series, right? So why would you play it? Well, because it's a story game. So you play it to experience it, right? But somebody's beat Portal. Not only have they beat Portal, but they speedrun that game. So what's the point in playing it? It's already got a community that's beating it. Well, to enjoy. You lose your mind playing that kind of game? Yeah. The Portal mods are amazing. I played them too. I did all of the Portal mods except for one. I missed one, and I should go back and play that at some point. The one that I missed was Rexera. I didn't do that one. But I did the other ones. And I would say that out of all of the Portal mods that I played, the one that I would not recommend would be Thinking with Time Machines would be the one that I don't recommend. Or no, wait, wrong one. Was it that one? Yeah, Thinking with Time Machines was kind of eh. There was another one that but and I can't remember if it was Portal Revolution or Portal Reloaded, but they were really good. I like those ones, and Portal Mel Stories. Another one that I really liked was Aperture Tag. I really like that one as well. But yeah, the one that I didn't play was Rexera. I never played that one. Somebody did recommend it, and then I was gonna do it, but then we didn't yet. Yeah, exactly. And see, that's the thing, right? It's a puzzle that somebody created that. And like Sasquatch said earlier, a Latin phrase that essentially means nothing new is under the sun, right? People can conceptualize new ideas, but the thing is a lot of those puzzles and stuff, like they have an answer. So to do them is to try your hand at them, right? It's the same as Satisfactory. Like I'm comparing it to Satisfactory because that's what I'm playing lately. Satisfactory is a series of supply chains, right? There is an effective and efficient way to do it. Am I going to do that? Probably not, especially because I don't know all of the ratios. Yeah, temperature broke his hand. Which means lots of rest and... Dyson's here. I never played that one. It is on my list, though. I wrote it down. So it would come up in the future. For folks that are curious, I do polls in the Discord to gauge interest as well as when I do... so in this Discord. The Long Dark is a nice game, yeah, I agree. So is Vintage Story. If you've never played Vintage Story, it's so good. Oh, yeah. I say it here, you put it there. Thank you. Yeah, Vintage Story is a really, really good one. We're gonna have a bad in-game day today. Maybe I'll go pet the rabbits. You got chiseling going? I just doing a little bit of chiseling yesterday for the arena. Not very much, but I was thinking about doing some pillars for the side for the shop. Because I've now been given the role of one of the merchants. So I'm basically, I've got to set up quests, and actually I want to do some more quests that are like Rhett said, point A to point B kind of thing with escort sort of style. It'll be fun. I'm looking forward to doing those. But that's for the arena. Tale of Night Vale, we've got a sizable amount of food, and we're gonna be prepping to do armor and then go to the archives soon. So I'm really keen to see like the story progression go forward. And while we've been trying to do a little like economy stuff, I'm gonna suggest that to like next Tale of Night Vale session, I'm gonna go to the clockmaker and be like, we need to armor everyone and go to this archive kind of deal. Like, so we can worry about cost and exchange later, but we should go like looking for, and then like we can buff everyone and go to the archive together. Look, look, look! His mouse most. The little name above it. That's cute. My god, that's a lot of rabbits. Everybody says that every time. I don't see it that as that many, actually. There's only 100 rabbits. It's actually 99 rabbits and one mouse. Oh, I forgot. If I'm gonna level up animal care, I should do it this way. Look how big some of these bunnies are. Good god. You feel so bad for killing them? I was big on killing rabbits before in the Build 41 for hunting. Like, so for trapping. Trapping was one of my primary food sources. But I do like having a rabbit farm, and I like bunnies. I wouldn't hurt them if I didn't have to. But it's part of survival. It's food storage? I mean, I kind of, but I see it more as like a sizable amount of differing amounts of XP. So like, for example, in my head, cooking, tailoring, animal care, I see them as numbers. I don't see them as, at the moment anyways. And calories. And pots that can be sealed with wax. I see. I would love it if they did the calorie system a little bit like Vintage Story, where it was more rewarding than the current calorie system. The current calorie system is not very rewarding. It is fairly eh. It feels more forced, like forced survival gameplay, which doesn't really feel right. I'm not the only one that can think that way. I'm sure that it feels like forced survival gameplay. That's not. It's meant to just hamper the character, and we haven't seen a zombie over here in ages. That was crazy. You see the zombie just appeared. I don't think I've seen a zombie in this section of the area in forever. Yeah. Well, the thing about it is that a large amount of the foods in Zomboid, you can break them down into 3 categories. Or sorry, 4 categories. There's fats, right? Carbs, calories, and nothing. Those are the categories if you really break them down. Why? But why am I leaving protein out? Because protein doesn't matter. So the other ones they're 4 categories. Carbs, fats, calories, and nothing. And to be honest, 2 of those 4 categories are not like you don't need them. Because you don't need fats and you don't need carbohydrates. Those just can help you get your second chevron if you want a second chevron. Really, you don't need those, which leaves out only 2 categories of food, which is low-calorie food and high-calorie food, right? Those are the only 2 that exist. And the high-calorie food includes butter, vegetable oil, meats like rabbit, but not meats like cow and pork and venison, right? Meats that are specifically rabbit and fish, kind of, once you pass the level 5 mark or so. Like, it's... Yeah. But so it's not just about that that it gets 2 to 3 times. It's not about the caloric values, because the game needs that, because it's sort of been hampered on its calorie system. Like I said, it's a forced system of survival that doesn't really work very well. Once you break it down and you realize that it has all these cool food options that you could have that don't matter at all, and that you just can you just high calorie, low calorie. You don't even need to look at what it is. You just need to know what caloric value it has. That's all. Like, for example, these bunnies. I know these bunnies are high calorie, regardless of, you know, they're high calorie. Yeah. Vintage Story handles it better because what happens is if you balance your diet, you get more HP. That's what happens. So you're able to, you know, be better overall as you have more HP. And it's not instant. There's a lot of games that have really good nutrition systems. But if you've been in, like, The Sims, you didn't really, like, you needed to balance your diet, kind of. But it's like, right, think about The Sims. Sims can gain weight. Yeah. So I've noticed a slight difference since the patch. There is a difference in your stamina used. So I've noticed that that's a little better now, but it's still a little bit. There we go. But I just. Yeah, they'll get there eventually. I'm really hoping for the recipe cards to be able to put similar things in, like be like, oh, I anything that's rabbit, and it just be like, okay, and then the game know that I just want to put like 3 rabbit in there, and okay, 3 veg. Okay, it looks for 3 veg. Oh, well, there's not 3 veg there. Okay, well, it tries its best, you know? Yeah, saving recipes would save time. The whitelist system also could be utilized to help with that, right? Because they're starting to get light. Hey, LED headlights. What does that mean? Like in reality? I'm confused. Like driving? I'm lacking context, that's why I'm confused. They're blinding? I mean, yeah. They're useful though, like to see, right? Like, so if you had an LED like pointed the other way, I think. I think that's what you meant, right? Telemetry? It causes you physical pain to look at. Ah. So, and you have to look at them like you're made to? That doesn't sound very good. It doesn't sound good. Hopefully, well, I mean, people will get hurt from that kind of stuff. I'm gonna go grab a mitt full of. Hi, Alice. I'm looking at armors right now. Because we recently got the ability to craft all of the wood armor, so I'm thinking about maybe having a look and making all the wood armors. We need wood rods to do that, which I can make from these. Should be an option to Hmm? Are you gonna sleep proper this time? I had a nightmare which ruined my in-game day, essentially. Because I mean, meant that halfway through the day, suddenly we're gonna get tired. Okay. Back to it. That's when did zombies start project? It's always. That's all they do is project. They project themselves onto their food. Make them zombies too. Like a Uno reverse on the whole you are what you eat. What you you know? That poor Spiffo zombie. Maybe I should let them out, but I don't really want to. There's a part of me that wants to keep them as my pet that I can't see. It's a Schrodinger zombie. I know it's there. I can hear it. But do I really know it's there? Thank you for the wellness check. Do appreciate. Recoup. Oh, look, it's another piece of a katana. Hello. He's doing pretty good. Got banned for somebody saying maybe they were having a bad day. Right? Or maybe that's a rule in their stream is that you're not supposed to talk about their singing voice, good or bad. Sometimes it's good to clarify rules on things, right? Or maybe they misread you and thought you were being sarcastic. Because sometimes people will put their own version of the spin on text, right? Text is unclear. All in all, don't take it personally, in my opinion. That said, though, like, I mean, obviously, if you're banned, you're not gonna go back there. So I would, there's a couple of, like, dots on the side of stuff where you can say, don't recommend me this, so that you won't get it recommended again. I've done that quite a few times, actually, on certain types of content. Content that I just would not like to see. That's fine, you can eat frogs in your run. I'm just not gonna eat frogs in my run. I don't judge people on eating frogs. Plus, it's not good to get banned in streams anyways. That said, though, it does happen from time to time. Yeah, but sometimes people ask for help rhetorically. They're not meaning to, right? They're not actually looking for help. That they're asking, they're thinking out loud. I do that sometimes where I'm thinking out loud and then people will answer me and I'm like, oh, I probably should clarify. But yeah, not everybody's thinking that way, right? We're all different and we all think in our different ways. First time you've been banned? I've been banned a few times, but my one that's prominent is I'm actually banned in Royal with Cheese's channel, because he doesn't like lamprey, and so he banned me. Because I would watch a lot of lamprey and back then, and while lamprey was doing one of his lamprey was being petty. He can admit it. I can admit it. He was being petty and he was gonna take the world record from Row with Cheese, right? In vanilla. But no vanilla, no mods, right? But I was there to cheer him on, like, go ahead, go for it, right? And that's when I got banned in Cheese's channel. I don't hate Cheese or anything. I don't care. I'm not gonna ask him to unban me, but I'm neutral to him. I don't care one way or the other. Also, he didn't give me clarity at one point about my scoreboard. Because I was trying to record all the Zomboid numbers, right? And I asked at one point, and honestly, anytime I'd ever been in his channel, I just was like, hope your day is good, you know, that sort of thing. Just like I do everywhere, right? I'm not different when I walk around Twitch. Same as here. And I just hope people are having a good day. Or at least an okay day. Right? Well wishes and all of that all the way around. That said, though, it happens. Some people ask those sorts of questions, though, in a rhetorical way, but it sounds like they're asking for an answer. You got banned on how to pronounce your name. That's a weird one. But once again, you could be it might not be exactly what you mean. So the thing is when a streamer bans someone like that, it could be not that you were the problem. It could be a stacking set of variables, right? That they're stressed out and that people have caused their environment as well as their situation has caused them to be in a ads. Sorry. I'll remind me the mentality here in a bit, and I'll continue. I didn't realize ads were coming. My bad. But that's the thing, right? Is some people are horrible with it, and some people come from a place of pure genuine want to help as well. Like that they want you to have the best time possible, so through their passion they misunderstand and I'm like that, or I've been like that before. I've been wanting to. I've been so engrossed in a game where it's like, oh, I want them to know so much. I want them to have as much fun as I had. But by doing that, you're causing them to not be able to learn the things naturally, and thus they're not going to have as much fun because now they have somebody who's very experienced grabbing their hand and pulling them along, right? So it ends up being not so good, right? So you gotta take it in bit by bit and understand that people are not like one thing. People are many things, and that perhaps a ban on you was not really a ban on you, although it might be, but it might not be, right? That's the thing. But yeah, I don't hold anything against Cheese, by the way, and I don't want anyone asking Cheese, say Cheese unbanned, like, because it's not worth it. I just I wish him the best, and I hope that like he stays good, like I mean stays healthy, that he enjoys his stream, and he has a good time. No, so I mean Royal with Cheese TV. He used to be prominent in the Zomboid community. The last time I seen Cheese was when he did the Zomboid. We just didn't interact at all, but I saw him in the when we did charity for special effects, as well as at that moment in time, I also seen that he was playing a game that Emma and I were playing at that time called Once Human. Which, I like I said, I wish him the best. Like, I don't hold anything against him one way or the other. I'm neutral to him. But I just kind of got caught in the crossfire, and that happens sometimes. Sometimes you get banned either unjustly, or sometimes you caused it. Sometimes it was your fault 100%. Sometimes you made a mistake. You made a comment passing. You didn't realize that it was quite as bad as you did, but like perhaps it was maybe you said something that like Vitez like in how to pronounce your name, you know, maybe that correction in pronunciation caused that person to be very upset. Hi, by the way, Purple Lemon. You caught me on tangent. But yeah, I do very much appreciate folks. And like I said, I even though he banned me, I don't care because he's still prominent back in the old times as Zomboid, and he deserves his recognition as one of the Zomboid greats. Just for context, we were talking about bans earlier, in terms of somebody got banned, I guess, in somebody's chat for telling them they were a good singer, and it spiraled into, you know, what causes folks to ban, and sometimes it's just pressure, and sometimes it's just you don't know. Like, it could be somebody's got some bad things going on in their life, or you could happen to be caught in the crossfire like I was. Because I was caught in the crossfire between Lamprey and Cheese, and I didn't really do anything that warranted it, but still he chose to ban me, which is fine. I'm okay with it. It happens. Anyways, hopefully, yeah, it happens, right? But yeah. They were banning so many people. I'm not surprised. Because it happens, especially with passion in games. If you're passionate, you want to give all the things sometimes, right? Sometimes you're min-maxing. I know the Factorio community is very notorious for that. The Kenshi community is very notorious for that. There's backseating folks in every community. The experts, they come flying out if you need them. But the thing is there is a time and place for that, and sometimes people are, you know, a little bit too passionate because they want folks to experience the same wonderful experience they had, right? Undertale, Subnautica, yep, every community has it. Minecraft was really wrought with it. Even when I was considered one of the more prominent and skilled folks at Minecraft, I would still have people backseating me like you wouldn't believe. Same for professional gameplay. You'll watch a pro and then some random person comes out of nowhere and corrects them, but they're a pro. Like, right? You could have somebody who's pro at sports, right? But yet some random person will say that, oh, they should have just done this. Could you execute that maneuver flawlessly? No. But yet you say, you know, it's easier said than done, right? It's like, anyways. The first time you clicked on his video, you were already banned. I don't know. I don't know much about that person. I just know that they were prominent for React content and that they got big through that sort of sect of the internet, and as a result, I just steer clear of them. Anyways, so I'm sorry that you guys came in on an awkwardly negative what's it called? Topic. Because getting banned is never ever a good thing. Like, it's not really, it isn't. It's just sometimes there are reasons for it, sometimes there are not. You know, it happens. Yeah. But anyways, if you guys aren't following Purple Lemon's amazing. And don't feel bad, by the way, Purple Lemon. Like, I mean, about your internet and stuff. I've been there. My internet does the same thing sometimes. It just dies. And there's nothing I can do about it. Oh, and I typed raid instead of shout out, which is, you know, fail. I'm gonna raid you back right now. Let's fix it. Let's raid you right now. I know you're ending, but like, I mean, can we raid you anyways? That's a fail and a half. Oh my goodness. Oh well. I said raid instead of shout out. I'm a dork. But yeah. Once again, I'm not asking folks to go and speak to the folks that you know, don't no need to interact with those folks. If they banned you, sometimes it's just better to walk away, and you know, go live your life and be happy. Like I said, I don't wish them any negative thoughts, and I didn't wish them any negative thoughts initially. The original reason that, like I said, I got caught in the crossfire. But like Vitez got, because somebody was pronouncing their name wrong.
You're
like, I mean,
amazing.
That's a weird reason to ban someone, but perhaps they were having an extra frustrating time with somebody else who was constantly overcorrecting them, and as a result, they just lost patience and started banning folks. It happens, you know? But yeah, same for that person that banned you because of, I mean, you said that they were a good singer. Well, perhaps they didn't read it that way. Perhaps it hurt their feelings. And, you know, although it doesn't, there's nothing that you can do to rectify it, you know, you can move forward and just, you know, just give them the benefit of the doubt. It's okay. If it really bothers you, there is an appeal process that exists. Most of the time, those appeals are, it's interesting. I've had 2 folks attempt to appeal bans in the past, and one of them got rebanned right away afterwards. The other person just disappeared. So the reason why I banned those folks were, one of them, they got hacked, I think, and to a scammer or something. And the other one was hateful. They were very, very hateful and aggressive, and I didn't like the way that they acted, so yeah. Without going into too many details on it, it's just like, I don't have many people banned. It's always possible that people can have a second chance in my book. And a third chance and so on, like depending. I can't hold a grudge. It's not possible. I can be annoyed, but I can't hold a grudge. It's a waste of energy. Yeah, their stream is their space. Sometimes, yeah, a vibe check is good as well. Because sometimes a streamer is down. Or like you could, like if you were to go back and watch the beginning of this stream, you can see that I actually visibly and probably, and I sound very tired. Because I was and I am. I'm picking up now. because I've had a little bit of time. But I was exhausted from working. I had work stuff that I had to do, and there was a problem that happened. So like it became a little unpleasant yesterday afterwards. But yeah, I'm doing a lot better now. But remember, if like folks were constantly rushing in here and expecting me to be high energy, which I'm not to begin with, but let's say that they for some reason thought I was going to be, then yeah. What's the worst case that you said definitely they needed to get banned? Oh, for me specifically? Oh, I had somebody who was very hateful come in at one point, but that was like ages ago. They said some stuff that I don't fully grasp why they are the way they are, but I don't want to go into any details on it at all. Because it odd mentality, and I don't know really why they would think that way. I can't comprehend it. It's beyond my understanding. But I engage with trolls sometimes just because I want to know why. That's you. You're very hateful. Yeah. Because they don't fully grasp it. Sometimes it's to try and get a rise out of someone, right? But it's just weird. Sometimes it's a challenge to them. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes they're trying to, you know. But the person that I'm thinking of right now, it wasn't a challenge. It was them being like I said, I don't want to go into too much detail about it because I don't want to start that conversation in the chat. Does that make sense? It's a conversation that is, without going too deep, it is, what's it called? Controversial. That's it. Hi, by the way, Rhett. Hopefully you're having a good day. The famous Retinaru. Okay, shout out. Don't type raid. Stop trying to raid people who are going offline. Yeah. Yeah, those ones are the best to avoid. And anyways, like I said, it's not something that matters all too much. Because it's not like I would, there we go. Offline raid OP, yeah. Greetings. Yes, indeed. I haven't made food for people in a multiplayer setting.
You're amazing.
Zomboid-wise in a while. Thank you very much for the follows. But yeah, Raid something something. Do very much appreciate you, Rhett. We were talking about some stuff that's silly, but we'll move on from that chatter because it's silly. That said, I am slowly working my way back towards the car so I can drive it again. But I want the area to be clear first before we drive it. You know, probably should do my little intro thing, so I'll do that. Hello and welcome. My name is Allison and I go on adventures. I enjoy tea, music, and challenging video games. I love my partner Emma, and I love dogs. My pronouns are she, her, and generally I'm pretty content. It's nice to meet the new people, and if you are returning, welcome back. Let us continue our adventure wherever it may take us. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. We're in it together. Peace. whenever I'm in charge of food, people don't starve. It's because I'm very I go above and beyond to make sure that I'm like netting it out and keeping things flowing. And the only time that I've ever been stressed out in that kind of situation is when I had, what was it? I remember Buggy being a bit of a like being silly, and he put a soup in the grill that said bleach soup, and there was already, like, people were, like, I was cycling in food in and out, and then I seen the word bleach, and just my brain went, that's dangerous, and so I dumped it out immediately, and without even thinking about it. But how's the rat race? Rat race is fun. I'm having a good time. I'm making progress. Yeah, I'm having a good day. With so this entire area was clear before. This whole thing. I had it all fairly tidied off, and then I started the vehicle, and I drove the vehicle. 1 second. Okay, I drove the vehicle from here to there. That's the distance I drove the vehicle, right? Roughly a block. And when I arrived here, do you want to know what I did? I slammed it in reverse and backed up real far. Like fair distance. At least like 15-ish tiles worth of reverse with Speed Demon. But of course, do I have Speed Demon? Yes. Yes, I do. So you can understand why this area would go from me having it be completely clear to suddenly... In fairness, though, I've been slacking on kills for ages, and I know it. There's... out of the veteran crew, I'm, like, super duper slacky right now. Not that it matters, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but still. Yeah, hopefully your stream was good, Rhett. You were playing more, you were probably doing some Zomboid stuff. Right? More than likely. Plus 1 extra point to go really fast. Usually there's a leftover point in builds anyways. It's not uncommon to have 1 point left over. Some people just don't even take Speed Demon though, and they'll just leave the extra point. Speed Demon's not terrible to have though. Good for getting you out of, like, if you want to not get stuck. Yeah, I wish Nutritionist was 1 point as well, but it's not because we all it's one of those things where It's a good trait. Let's be fair. It gets you the exact data on all the food. Like that's a not insignificant amount of stuff that's good it's good for. It's a good learning trait, but it's also just a good trait so that you can kind of know exactly what you're eating. Yeah, it's a min-max trait though. Because there's sometimes you think that you know what you're eating and you don't 100% know it. Like there's some cases of like, oh, but if you wanted to absolutely min-max to like the maximum, especially with the protein bonuses and everything, which is kind of, it's like, I don't know why you'd want to do that, but because it's far too exact. Because for those that don't know, the protein bonus is weird, and if you have too much protein in your character's body, they don't get the bonus, meaning that you have to keep the protein balance between 0 and 300, or 50 and 300, something like that. So yeah. Meaning that there's like, if you take it over, which it's really easy to, because high calorie foods often have a fair amount of protein in them. So it's very easy to go over. Thankfully, though, we have vegetable oil, which has absolutely no protein values at all and is just calories. Yeah, it's just weird. But it is what it is. The reason why you would gain XP though is if you're on the downward trend. So like while you're losing weight, your character will eventually reach that lovely threshold between 50 and 300 just naturally. Which is why you won't really notice it outside of that. Are we gonna have thick soupy fog today? Doesn't look like it, maybe. I haven't checked on the veg or the garden in a while. I bet you it's all dead. Did it rain recently? Oh, it did. It did rain recently. That's why these didn't die. It's because it rained. I didn't realize they would be within range. Yeah, me too. And if they could give us sprinklers, that would be like, just please, irrigation or sprinklers. Give us the ability to auto water somehow. Sprinklers. Irrigation. They increase the speed at which we water stuff, which is nice, but you know. Yeah, I'm not going out. Yeah, like a gravity grip irrigation. You're a farmer, Barry. You know that irrigation isn't something that's super complex and has been around for centuries. It's been around for ages. You survived for you subscribed for 6 months. I do very much appreciate the subscription. 6 months is a long time. Enjoy your frog emotes as well as your ad-free viewing and my appreciation. Where's my sprinkles? Sprinklers. Yeah, like those ones with the fan. You know, the ones that go, or the ones that go. Those ones with, you know, those ones. You know, they like the spritzy ones. Ones that you see like on like golf courses and stuff. You've been lurking while writing this whole time. You're checking in before going to bed. Zomboid's going good, Emma. And then I've got to wrap up in a couple hours or so. Maybe an hour. We'll see. It depends. I'm keeping an eye on my phone. Cause yeah, work related stuff. That said though, it's going well. And today's a soupy fog day though, so we're doing some base related stuff. Right. Did you notice that they broke the crafting UI and now it's not selecting things in auto anymore? Something's broken, but it's okay. They'll fix it, I'm sure. It's probably something to do with them adding that the manual or whatever, to the building UI, which I'm confused why they bothered coding that. Like they went in the extra mile to code this little toggle here. Why though? Why is it not just like, right? Why? It should just be like this. This toggle. Is it to make the window smaller? Like to compact it? Is that why? I'm confused. I'm confused why that exists in the way that it does. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. Oh yeah, Zomboid's going good. We've made some solid progress. We've gained a little bit more XP. We leveled up Nimble to 6, so a little bit more nimble. It's always appreciated. I took a bunch of clothes off the zombies, and we've been working on long blunt skill level. Hopefully your stuff's going good, Emma. Enjoy your sleep. Mhm. There we go. Today was a foggy day, that's why we're doing this. And in the end, that ended us with... It's a fair few things. Sleep, wake up, eat, and then we'll maybe head out and kill zombies. Maybe. We'll see. Certainly does depend. Today is Tuesday, right? Yeah, that means tomorrow is Wednesday. Nice. Wednesday. I like Wednesdays. That means that either we're gonna watch Back to the Future, I think. Is it Back to the Future? The second one. Or we're gonna watch a Marvel movie. Oh wait, but Emma might not be there. No, because your computer's getting fixed, that's right. Sorry, I forgot. Computer repair. I forgot. So Thursday? We'll just, yeah, we'll move it to Thursday. So long as my work stuff doesn't get in the way again. But even if it does, we'll nudge it around. We'll figure it out. There's always time. Enjoy your sleep. I drove shorter than I thought, by the way. This is the actual distance we really drove. Technically, I did drive down to here and reversed from here, though, and to get to here, but not very far. Like, it would have been where the bag is. Where is the bag? Where did I put the watch bag? Well, that's too many already, so... That zombie has good backpack taste. Yeah, me too. I like them that you can make out little things on the bag, right? And there's little flags and little symbols. It has a Canadian flag. Yeah, it does. Because that's truth. You'd find those. There we go, nice and consolidated, and
Hey!
and deposited over there. Yeah, me too. Hmm? Hello. Mm-hmm. Nope. Enough. Back off.
Hey!
Good. Hunting knife. I'm gonna have a treat. Okay. Well. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that umbrella zombie showed up at just the right time, huh? But Higgins is the kind of person that likes the rain to fall on him. He's tempted to take off his hat. He feels alive in the rain. That was fun though. I got a little treat in there. It's like eating ice cream. I got a little bit of ice cream. I'm happy. You don't know what I mean? My short blades are maxed, so they don't give me anything when I use them anymore. So, except for the enjoyment factor, which I really do like. They are my favorite weapon, even if they aren't like they're not the best, but they're still good. I like them. That's normal. There are some folks that spend hours picking their mods too. Like, I mean, there's some people that just kind of like chill in the main menu and just enjoy. They're just vibing. It's normal. Run, van, run. Return home for a nap. Oh yeah, hours of character customization. It's funny. I'll get a good nap in. No. Ball peen hammerhead, really? Could you imagine finding that early on? Potato. Did grape leaves always have freshness? I feel like they didn't. I've been thinking of a different plant. You forged a pickhead. It's like that. That's the thing, right? It's always like that. It's like just when you get to level 3 electrical, suddenly you forge up a how-to gen. You oh, it's just impossible. You can't win. It's like it's like an improved chance at that point. There's no winning. It's like this. Like, what am I supposed to do? I can make a ball peen hammer, I guess. I guess I can make another one. But I forged a bunch of them already. We have, like... I made a bunch of extra just in case, like, we needed more. These are my bugs. Might as well put them away. Eventually, maybe they'll rebalance them, but at the end of the day, like, I mean, the weapons are kind of all in similar-ish place, and that's what they want, right? But they want weapons to be, some weapons to be good at some things, some weapons to be good at other things. It's just, it's hard to get that perfect balance. They'll figure it out, though. It's, you know, whatever they want. I'm always thinking that the devs will figure out what they want to do with things. Oh. Where over here was it? See, this is why I didn't go out. I knew it would get foggy like this. That's why we started doing crafting stuff instead. Because I don't want to be caught out in this. Why is it that you can't use these stone blocks in making the walls? They're only used in crafting stations? I don't really have use for these crafting stations. Not anymore, because I already have some of them, is what I mean. Oh yeah, I need 2 clay. I mean, it just rained. You're not allowed to have like it's either brick or like you said, rustic stone walls, regular stones, no carved stone. Yeah, an eggplant. It's not what I'm looking for. But why not? We can have an eggplant meal. A pineapple? Like, really? Random pineapple. Another flat stone. No. There's a fair amount of napping XP that we're getting. Just gonna throw these in the... That's a vintage story thing that you're talking about. A flimsy door that falls apart. That's vintage story. No. No. We don't need random flimsy door. Thor has been a source of comedy with friends. Well, I mean, if you like it, like, I mean, I'm sure that it's something that could be modded into the game. But... Let's be fair, the source of comedy of that door would most likely be a perilous situation, and in Project Zomboid, those kinds of situations often result in bites. What on earth was that noise? Was that just me? Did you guys hear that too? Am I hallucinating? What was that noise? No, it sounded like a zombie that was like sitting on my shoulder, moaning in my ear, and then... But there's no zombies around.
Hey!
Oh, it's on the ground? It's in the ground. What do you mean it's in the ground? What does that mean? It's in the ground. It's a landmine zombie? When they're scrunched up. So there's a zombie in the ground here somewhere? Can it bite me? I'm just gonna guess that it's one of these ones. Well, I've seen that one where the zombie falls and bites. I haven't seen them. And I've seen the zombie scrunched up into a ball. But I don't know if I've seen them the way you're describing. But I have a clip somewhere on my thing. Cause one time I can't remember when it was. It was like earlier this month, I think, or earlier last month. I was discussing clips with a friend, and we were like sharing some of those, and that was one of the ones that I shared because it was weird. The zombie was like a ball. And then I look back and it goes back to being normal. It's like nothing to see here. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that sounds strange, but it is what it is. It's way yeah, I don't, there's reasons why I don't play with those mods. That, and also, way too often, when I would tune in to watch people who were playing with the Bandit mod, all I'd see is them get flashbanged and then die immediately. Like, it was like, okay, well... If that's the extent of the gameplay, like I'm not interested. I don't just want to get flash banged and die pointlessly and like that. But I mean, I'm not trying to say that it's not fun for, you know, for the other parts of it, like the other aspects of it, and that maybe there's some preempt in it into it. I like that one mod that you were playing with, Rhett, where you had the NPC, like the NPC wife, you know. That was kind of interesting. Rhett had a wife in Project Zomboid. It was cool. Yeah. That mod broke a lot too, though. Yeah, but the wife that Rhett had was like it was able to do stuff as well. Like you could tell them to like organize loot or do things. Like they had actions that they could do. It was neat. And then dialogue. And then that one joke that they told every single time. Yes. Anyways, it's unfortunate, but I need to wrap my time up at the moment because I've got stuff that's got to be done. Adult-related activities involving work, which is less than fun, but is a necessary evil. Yeah, it was an NPC that like organized loot and stuff. Yeah, no 27-hour stream for me today, but you know, there is a possibility of a 24-hour stream in the near future. There is a charity event that I do with friends at the beginning of November that I used to do all the time, but I haven't we haven't done it for a couple of years, but they keep doing it every year, but I just my schedule's not been good for it. It's a charity for Children's Miracle Health, so we'll probably be doing that this year. It's I still need to see when it is and what the plan is for the docket, but it's at the beginning of November, so we got time. Anyways, I'm gonna raid out, so we'll figure out where we're going. Let's have a look. Who's on today? There's a couple people I'm sold on already. There's one of my friends is playing Subnautica, RimWorld. Claire's doing the Zomboids. Mr. Nice Gamer's almost. I was doing some difficult Long Dark. Rural's doing a stream before TwitchCon, so we can do Rural. He's playing Dinkum. Dinkum's kind of like Australia meets Animal Crossing. Anyways, it's been my pleasure as always. Ta for now.